All right, we should be live now. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. I thought I scheduled it for 4 this morning. I guess I didn't. It is what it is. We're gonna go turn ISP Tech on. I'll be right back. Get everything set up and I'll do our intro. Sorry, I'm gonna put my beef jerky in the back here and grab a protein shake. Is a bit of a disaster, guys. I got an old Starlink that I should probably find somewhere to toss. I got Dasani, which is not real water. Stuff that's not real. All right, we're back. Should be live now. Everything should be charging. Where's my block at? I've actually got one camera that's low that I want to plug in here. Yeah, so I left Starlink on last night and it like totally just ate our battery. Put this up here. This going here. I should probably put my 360 on the pole I got for it. There we go. Just a little tiny thing for the Insta360, but I'm gonna flip you guys around. And then I gotta grab my big Starlink boxes here that I haven't had time to toss. I'm gonna toss some trash and we're good. Sorry guys, probably should have done this before. So, here we go. Should be working now. Welcome in, Patrick. Good to see you. Hopefully everybody is having a fantastic weekend. Should be getting a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch here shortly. I think it's going to be severe thunderstorm watch, if there's not one already. So nothing just yet. They do have a mesoscale discussion out for where we're at. We are getting a bunch of storms to go up. Cell up by Creston. A couple more down to our southwest. A couple more to our southeast. The question is, where do we really want to end up today? What's going to be the best storm? Now, this model is very interesting. Just blows up thunderstorms by KC. Is that actually what happened? I don't think that's what happened. Yeah, that model's already completely wrong. So very bad year for the models. 90 over 68 in northeast Kansas is interesting. 90 over 70. We're 89 over 66 here. I think our issue up here is we're just going to get too many storms. We want a storm to form to our southwest or to our north. Don't really like that Creston storm all that much. It's not terrible, there's just no low-level shear on it right now. The thermodynamics are actually pretty solid on it. It's definitely a day where the models are already wrong. They're probably discussing what kind of watch they want to put out right now. Got an energy drink. Tomorrow could be a big day. They do have a severe thunderstorm watch out west for Colorado, Nebraska. There's a supercell, it looks like just south of North Platte. Do we have anything else here today? Because it's already messy. I don't want that Corning cell, that Creston cell. I want something further south than that. Looks like some bubbling cumulus by Holton, Kansas too. Holton, Wetmore, Horton. We can blast down there pretty fast. 90 over 70 in Lawrence, Kansas. That atmosphere is pretty juiced up. We'll just have to see if we need to go down there. If we need to go down there, we will, but get you guys charged here. And then we're gonna charge our other gear. I think I have everything else fully charged, it's just this one camera. Sunglasses in my pocket. So we're just chilling at a Casey's right now, trying to figure out where to go in Maryville. Sorry, I don't think I updated my location. We're gonna have to fix that, fix the location. Go reset all that stuff. Run our auto zoom. So there's kind of an outflow boundary here in northwest Missouri, and the issue is it's way uncapped. So you're gonna get a ton of storms starting to form on it really fast, which is already happening. To our east, there's this big blob of storms. To our north, it's already lining out. Now that self-forming northwest might have a shot by Shenandoah, Essex, Iowa. we can get on that fast if that ends up being it. We do have a little blip overhead trying to form here, but one of the problems is the cool side of the outflow is about to be reinforced in a big way by these other storms. I am wondering about a northeast Kansas target today. There's also a pretty solid target near Grand Island. There were a few pretty good targets today. Nothing like spectacular, like nothing like a big go here signal, but definitely stuff to keep you at least out chasing. Yeah, like this model fires a thunderstorm by Manhattan, Kansas at 6:30. I mean, it's already completely wrong because by 4 o'clock it has a big blob of thunderstorms north of Kansas City. It is 4:15 and there's no hint of thunderstorms by Kansas City. This is that shower that was over us. We're getting a couple sprinkles right now. Yeah, what we really want is something to form right here near Maryville, Missouri, or down by like Topeka, Lawrence, Manhattan, Kansas. Those are some solid spots too. That stuff forming out in Nebraska, I looked at that Grand Island target and just decided against it, but I wasn't sure that they would get a storm, but it looks like that they initiated, but those storms might just be north of a little front boundary thing that's there. There's probably going to be at least one tornado somewhere just because the risk area is so large and there's so many different scenarios happening. Yeah, those storms southeast are trouble, that's for sure. Welcome in, Narcy. Good to see you. Just vibing here in Maryville. Not quite sure where we're going to end up. It's kind of similar to yesterday. Probably stay in Omaha tonight. Yeah, that cell by Grand Island is really going. Echoes have jumped on it. That stuff. Creston is not it. I do wonder about that storm a little bit further west near Essex. It's a 30-degree spread right now, but it's about to move into a 22 spread, which is a little high for Iowa. We might go after that storm by Essex. Surprised there's no watch yet. That stuff southeast, like during the center of this mesoscale discussion, you're probably not gonna have tornadoes just because there's so many cells. You're gonna wanna be southeast or northwest of that complex. Southeast is probably a better chance, but you kind of risk weaker shear southeast. And northwest, you risk cold outflow from these storms a lot more than you do southeast. Another option is still Kansas. We do have quite a bit in play. That Nebraska storm, I think, is out, though. Yeah, that thing is blowing up. Man, I swear if it's there. That's the one storm I really didn't want to go because it really took us out of everything else. Kind of interesting. The moisture is all north of it, though. Yeah, dude, that storm by Essex has just started putting out a ton of lightning all of a sudden. In 4 minutes, it put out 3 CGs. No, wait, it put out like 15. All right, I think that Imogen storm's gonna end up being our guy. I don't like that stuff further in Iowa. That southwestern Iowa storm is probably going to be going in the best spot. I just want to hang around for a sec. I don't like the look of the cumulus right now in Kansas. It still needs quite a bit of time. Up by Holton, it does look better. Yeah, that Nebraska cell. Am I about to get burned by a Nebraska boundary cell? There's a few of them. There's a Lexington one, which isn't as interesting. I do like that Grand Island cell, that Aurora, Colorado, or Aurora, Nebraska cell, excuse me. Yeah, it's doesn't look bad. It's just got a narrow plume of moisture to work with, whereas out here, things are a little bit better. We are underneath a weak little updraft right now. I don't think it's going to be this one. I think we might start going north. Updrafts here look bad. I don't know that I like this stuff. Maybe this signal that we're getting so many storms is going to end up being good. How far away is Henderson, Nebraska? Just in case I want to bail. 3 hours. I don't want to do a 3-hour reposition. Probably end up being less than that. Probably closer to, probably catch it around Lincoln, but by that point it might be washed out by storms further east. I like the Shenandoah, Red Oak, SX complex in Iowa right now the best. Probably start to inch up that way. That Grand Island cell does not look bad. That Henderson, Nebraska one, I'm a little worried about that cell. I just wasn't confident enough in getting a storm there, and I didn't like how narrow the moisture plume was. Here we're running the exact opposite issue where everything is exploding. Okay, well, the only reason I wouldn't want to go north is if we get a storm in northeast Kansas and everything up north is just junk. Like if northeast Kansas goes and everything else is junk, it's pretty clear, like, it's where you're gonna see the coolest storm. Let's pull mesoscale analysis here and see. It's a tough forecast today, that's for sure. We are uncapped, pretty much the entire warm sector is uncapped. Local maxima of 4,000 Cape on that Nebraska cell. Man, we may have made a mistake. Low level lapse rates are pretty weak over here. In Kansas, they're definitely better. 0 to 3 kilometer Cape. Oh, that's wrong. 3 kilometer Cape is definitely maximized down here. Kind of 3 little maximum, one in northeast Kansas, one in southwest Iowa, and one in central Missouri. I mean, I don't think this looking over the environment is going to help that much. Now, Kansas does have some pretty solid photographs right now. Let's see how they look in 2 hours. They definitely get better with time. I'm actually pretty surprised that the models don't have supercells in Kansas. Are we gonna get a watch at all? Dude, I'm really thinking we might just blast west. I like that Hepburn storm a little bit too. There's just so much going on with that stuff. It's just really messy looking already. Man, I'm kind of annoyed I'm not on that Nebraska cell right now. It's a little tiny, but it seems like it's gonna work through it. I really hope it dies. Man, maybe northeast Kansas is the play. There's so many updrafts going up. $87 over 65, 22 spread here, 24 spread up north, 29 spread, 26 spreads there, 24, 20. I think I'm gonna go north. I think we got more than enough time to get south if we need to. And that storm's only probably about a half an hour north of us. Yeah, 45 minutes. Get on it fast. How do I get out of here, chat? There's just so much happening, and that was always the issue. Days like this where there's no cap, you need much weaker forcing than what we have today. This feels very similar to yesterday. Why is it recording right now?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where we're gonna end up. I don't really like anything that much except for that Nebraska cell. And even then, it's got issues. It's a pretty tiny updraft. It's in a narrow moisture plume. The other target of northeastern Kansas, it looks interesting, but none of the models put up a single supercell in it, really. Just junky convection, like on some sort of boundary there that lifts north over time. Definitely an annoying day. It's like, there's two kinds of annoying. There's like when everywhere looks good and you don't know where to go, and then there's where nowhere looks that great. It's all got its issues, and you just gotta pick. And I'm kind of curious to see. I bet they go with a severe thunderstorm watch, given how these storms have been evolving so far. Just doesn't inspire much confidence, to me at least, of a few tornadoes. We can always deviate back south. We got more time. Probably 2 hours or so. If that's the case, though, I really don't want to move that far north. But it really only adds probably about 40 minutes to get to the storm at most. So managing that's going to be just fine, I guess. And these storms still have a ways to go. So we're not really in too much of a rush to get up there, but right now it's the best opportunity, I think. There's that stuff further down into Missouri, and I just don't want to go after that. I don't want to deal with storms along that area. It's far away. It looks messy already. But I think maybe a tornado down there on the southeastern edge of the target in central Missouri, north central Missouri, somewhere in there from those storms. Our main target today is this northwestern Missouri, southwestern Iowa area. It seems like the northwestern Missouri outflow boundary is already just exploding, so we're going to go a little further northwest. If we need to, we can drop south. If we need to, we can go west. If that Grand Island storm survives, I feel like it's going to be really pretty. And then it's also tough because we're considering storms that have not formed, may or may not form, and might not be the mode type that we're interested in if they do form. Those storms in northeastern Kansas, if they're not supercells and we go down there and just wait, we kind of waited for nothing. And I would rather be on a supercell than just blobs. Although the wind profile, there's got to be something why I haven't looked in to why the models are doing that, but the environment down there is fine. It's just something's wrong with it. Either too many updrafts or some weird forcing thing. This is the type of Midwest setup that always seems to get me. Like, I always just seem to pick the wrong one. But we're not going to take Missouri. We wrote off Colorado. We didn't do western Nebraska. There is the south central Nebraska target, which is still technically open to us. Then there's southwestern Iowa here in northwestern Missouri, which is where we're at now. And then there is northeast Kansas. They're all kind of distinct targets. We're actually trying to initiate two just to our west near Tarkio, Missouri. So we're probably gonna end up in a solid spot on this stuff. If not, maybe we can make it back to Interstate 29 and just take I guess we can't take the interstate that far if we're going into northeast Kansas. Probably not over by Kansas City, probably more like Manhattan, Topeka area. Yeah, is that a PDS watch out west? No, it's not. The tornado target is definitely to the east. I'm just worried that the tornado target is in the middle. Yeah, these cells up north are looking somewhat messy already as well. Another cell blowing up to the south. Yeah, I think we're gonna over-initiate here. Man, that Nebraska cell. Dude, that Nebraska cell, it's scaring me a little bit. It's a really tiny updraft, it looks like. So I hope it just withers away and I don't have to worry about it. That's right, hope your problems wither away. Yeah, I don't have strong feelings about today on any target. I just didn't like the Colorado one. Like, you're gonna get storms and they're gonna probably be damaging storms, eastern Colorado, southwest, but they're all gonna be wind. Like, it's not gonna be tornado threat, not gonna be a real supercell threat. So I didn't really, I didn't want to go back all that way, especially because tomorrow's a pretty big risk in northeast Nebraska. I didn't want to drive clear over, especially with the fact that the better tornado odds were out here to the east. I just don't want to do central Missouri that much. Not a big fan of chasing central Missouri, in case you guys did not pick up on that. We do have this cell there, you can see on the top left of the screen. That's going up. There are so many showers and thunderstorms going up right now. We might be bailing west and then doing either Nebraska or Kansas. We still got like 4 hours till sunset, so that's not that big of a deal. But I am worried about, if we do pick that Nebraska cell, the immediate concern is, does it survive the next 20 minutes? Because it looks like a really small updraft on radar. There's like this one little centered area where the tops are high, and then it just doesn't look like a very wide storm. Even LPs look a little bigger than that on radar. I mean, it's still developing. There's not much of a cap. The question is forcing. Yeah, there's just this big messy complex off to the east that I don't like. There's these cells, kind of a trio of cells to our north, and I think we're gonna go see if those can get it together. There's another cell forming south, and then there's the two larger ones with the larger echoes. Again, I wanna watch northern Kansas. Does seem like there are some bubbles starting to form down there now by like Westmoreland. It's still where they've got 30 spreads, so they've still got a little bit. Allegedly a 68 dew point down there. That would be huge. A 68 dew point, 90 temperature. That Nebraska cell just got severe warned as well. Yeah, it looks nice on radar, I will say. That Nebraska one. It's a little, the tops are a little off though, so I'm not sure what's happening with it. It doesn't seem like it's truly exploded just yet. Still haven't put out a watch here that I've gotten on my phone yet. We're gonna switch you guys over to ISP Tech right now. I kind of like the cell that's trying to go up by Bedford. We're gonna come out on the western edge of it. There's another one trying to go up right in front of us too. I want to keep Nebraska in. Going north keeps it in. I kind of like this cell that's forming here. It's just, again, there's all these little blobs forming southeast of it. Just have too many cells. That Nebraska one, if that survives, that might be the storm of the day. Then we gotta still keep watching northern Kansas to see what it's going to do. It looks like it's about to initiate here in the next hour or two. Somewhere by like Holton, Wetmore, Westmoreland, somewhere in that area. There is some cirrus that just came through. It's kind of interesting. It is. Just not committed either way. And generally, when something's not screaming tornadoes, it's not a great sign. In some sense, those tornado days can be pretty obvious. This stuff looks almost elevated. It's that smooth laminar texture. Man, it does not look good. Too many cells too quickly. Alright, I wonder if we go... Looks like that Nebraska cell's already just a little bit north of some kind of boundary there. These cells here are actually lifting north like they're about to merge into those updrafts. Oh, they put out a tornado watch. All right, we're in a tornado watch. That's kind of surprising to me. I did not expect a tornado watch. We are in a tornado watch. Maybe they see something I don't. I don't see too much. I feel like you've got two storms that have a shot. It's going to be these ones in southwestern Iowa and then the ones further down in Missouri. I am very surprised they tornado watched this. For what? There's a whole bunch of messy cells on the southern end of this watch that are just gonna kill everything north, right? You've got these two cells back west and then the southeasternmost one. That's really it. Love the SPC, man, but I've been a little confused with some of their tornado probs lately. Solid updraft going up to our west. We are stuck behind people going 10 under in Missouri. Again, it only happens when you're on your way to the storm. Everybody drives over the speed limit until the tornado watch is issued, and then everybody's going 10, 20 under. Probably going to look for something to come out of that cluster by Red Oak, Iowa. There's this one down here which looks really solid too, actually. The upper part of the updraft looks good. The lower part still needs some work. Nice anvil, but the base is all kind of multi-cell right now. Seems like that Nebraska cell just died. Good news for us. Okay, that's one less storm we have to worry about. So now we just got to worry about keeping northeastern Kansas in play. Again, I don't really like to commit to targets before I really have to and before I have a strong reason to do so. So that's why we're kind of in the middle of everything. You can see that updraft off in the distance is really sharp. There is another updraft off to our west that is trying to build. It's not perfect, but it might hang on. It's got some towers feeding into it. There's just so many towers going up all around it. But we can come back south on it. I'm not too worried about this. Feels similar to yesterday. Southwest one doesn't look bad. It's just echoes are short on it. Just gonna sit in between these. It might be this one southwest of us. Once it consolidates, it might go. 20-degree spread is more than enough. It's got good air south. Really uninterrupted air to the south. Whereas these storms north are going to start ingesting these other cells here. Apparently we're looking at one. Like, this is a severe warning storm here. There's not much to see. I kind of like the way that southern one looks. I can't lie to you. Man, this southern one looks nice. It's still a little disorganized at the base, but it is a rock solid updraft. I think we're gonna flip. Which way is it moving? It's coming pretty much towards us. Yeah, dude, this southern one is just blowing up. I think we gotta respect it. Especially with how this stuff north looks. Like, what is that? Genuinely, what am I looking at to the north? I want to grab a shot of this chat. Why is this cable stuck? There we go. This one looks solid. There's another one east of us that looks solid. Ones north have tall tops, but I don't trust the way that they look. This might even be a left mover. Seems like they're all gonna merge into that one by Essex. At least that's what they want to do. Far from perfect. A nice updraft. I just hope it's not. It looks like it might be a left mover. Storm north is picking up echoes too. Satellite's probably going to be faster. We should probably just switch to that. Again, I am very surprised that they did tornado watch for today. I don't like that eastern storm because it's about to track into some stable air. There are some storms forming to the southwest also by Pawnee City, Nebraska, trying to pop right there. They did just put out a mesoscale discussion further west. I'm very surprised they tornado watched this though. Alright, I think we're gonna go north. Just looks pretty anemic right now. These look kind of junky. This one's got a new pulse coming up on the southern side. What's the probs on this watch? 60-40. I'm surprised they did a tornado watch. And none of these really look that good. This one's getting tall. It's just really narrow and there's not really that much of a consolidated base underneath it. Echoes aren't surviving on these. Does seem like we've kind of stopped initiating. So maybe if we can just get something to keep going here, we'll be fine. We're gonna slide it. Just not a consolidated base on it. I just don't like the way anything's looking right now. I really want something to go up southwest Nebraska, northeast Kansas. But I'm not that committed to where I'm gonna jump down on that stuff just yet. I feel like I've chased this exact setup like 30 times in this area, and I don't know if I've seen it work out more than once. We got Hepburn in our maps. I think we're officially in Iowa now. Man, I don't like this look though. This is just not a surface-based thunderstorm look. It's gotta be just north of the boundary. This is gonna be feeding into those cells. Yeah, dude, I don't like this. I'm really looking for an excuse to go southwest. It looks like they're bubbling by Pawnee City. This one's updraft is starting to thin out a little bit. I cannot believe they tornado watched this. I think we're gonna go back to Northeast Kansas. We're gonna put Holton in our maps, be there in 2 hours. This stuff is junk. It's just junk. Outflow seems to be moving southwest and it's still very stable. Man, you can tell that Apple started using AI because like half of their apps I had to restart every time I use them. Like Maps is broken, the silent alarm bug, all that stuff, dude. Yeah, this stuff's all elevated, man. Not even worth it. Let's just get to the next storm that hasn't formed yet. Stuff is junk, 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 junk. Junk. Pure junk. Gotta make sure I'm going live on weather front here for Max to take my feed. We are live on sending our feed to Max too, so
gonna drive faster?
back in Missouri.
Not in much of a rush today.
cumulus is clearing out here.
a tornado report? Is that legit? I don't think it is, Chad.
we're just gonna go to Kansas. It looks like it's getting a little bit capped off, so. It said really nothing that crazy is happening in Iowa. A few sporadic tornado warnings here and there, but again, shocked that they did a tornado watch. like how the models don't want to initiate down here until a bit later. trying to initiate down by Salina. Cumulus field is kind of going away.
was a weak tornado up north.
actually want to go west first. Of course, I get this whole row of cars here. I want to go west first because there's an updraft forming way back here. I think we're probably done for today, maybe if we can't get a storm, but that stuff up north was junk. There was a weak tornado, but nothing I'm stressing over. like Fairbury might initiate. I think I see a tower in the distance. think Fairbury's about to go. We're gonna head over to Fairbury, Nebraska. Friggin' long day of driving. Did I just get a flat again? Bro, can I see what tire it is? Back right. Alright, well it's not that low. You kidding me? It's a good thing I brought my spare tire. Jeez, man. Second flat in literally a week. I literally had my last flat a week ago. It is a really slow drop though. Had to be a nail or something. I wonder what it was. It is really not pushing too much air out. Wonder how long it's been low for. I want to get to this storm first. We should be able to make it. I mean, it's gone up a PSI since I checked, so it's a very slow leak. Might not be able to make it. Just dropped again. It's always in 90-degree heat, man. Like we're gonna have to stop and change it. I got a full-size spare, so it's not a big deal. It's just annoying that this is the second time this week that this has happened to us. Alright, now I'll be back. fuel for that. Wherever the heck it is. That's not it. Should be in here somewhere. Starlink boots. Well, I guess I can't find it. We'll have to keep using the one that we are using. It's not as good as that other one. It's slower. Tighten them up just to make sure. That is 2 flat tires in the span of a week. It's always when I'm not expecting it. All right. All right, we're set. Let's go. This thing is blowing up. Woo! Let's go west, babes. Ooh, it feels good too. Yeah, there was a little gap there on the sidewall. That's what did it. These updrafts are still going. Hold on, I'm gonna go, I forgot to take a pressure reading of this tire. I wanna go do that. One thing I forgot, one thing. I bet it's gonna be like 25, but it's still not as bad compared to the other thing. All right, it's at 27. It needs to go up a little bit more, but this is fine for now. All right. Yeah, it's at like 28 right now. I'm not sure why my console says it's going down still though. Tire pressure monitoring system is out to lunch on this thing. It says it's at 5. I took my thing out there and got like 27, 28 on it, so it's not actually 5, it's just freaking me out. Alright, we're gonna head to Beat Rice. Just kidding, it's Beatrice. It's not far, probably about 30 minutes away. Ish. Yeah, my thing continually says the pressure's going down, but I know that's not true. This is a good tire, so. Finally got a storm though, in the area we want. Good thing I packed that full-size spare. Man, it looks beautiful. Hopefully we can just get a nice, pretty supercell for a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sure why it keeps saying the PSI is like 0. I have it measured at 27. The other tire could have lasted for a little bit longer. Like I could have just pumped some air into it and kept doing that every 30 minutes or so.
course, we get stuck behind a guy going 10 under. I have no idea what's happening. So that was a pain in the butt. A lot easier this time. Last time we had a big hailstorm coming straight for us. Much easier this time around. Yeah, it keeps saying it's like dropping, but I don't know how that makes any sense. It's just not reading the tire, I guess. I guess I need to restart it to get an accurate measurement. Car feels fine, handles fine. The back left tire is a little high. All the other ones are 37 and it's at 40. So we should probably let some air out of that back left tire. And then once this thing, once my thing fully charges, I can start to put air back in the tires. So here we go, they just severe warned it. That Goodland cell is pretty. Yeah, I am lucky I packed that full-size spare, guys.
are 30 minutes off this guy. Feels like May all of a sudden. Look at that updraft. It's gonna be May. Please don't be dead by the time we get to it. About 20 minutes off of it. We'll get there like right before sunset. Would have been there much sooner, 20 minutes sooner, if it wasn't for the tire. It's Seriously, what Wi-Fi is it using? It's got to be using the wrong thing. Nope. Still organizing. It's actually struggling to organize. Probably a solid little LP. The good news is we do have other updrafts going up to the south, so I'm hoping that means that this one will make it. Hopefully it doesn't die. Seems like it's intensifying. Stop beeping and stop clicking. What is clicking? Hopefully patience is our friend on this thing. We're not even in Missouri anymore. I gotta change the title of that stream. We are actually in Nebraska. This is the worst stream we've had in a while. Alright guys, here we go. Should be cooking now. We should be cooking now. The stream just did not get pushed. Oh, it's because of Max's. have too many updrafts going now, but 87 over 63, it's not bad. It's a little late. It formed about an hour later than I would have wanted. Some of these updrafts are fairly weak though. I hope this one's strong enough. We're about to get a better view of it. You're gonna start to see some of the more macro details on it. We are approaching it pretty rapidly. Just gonna take a while to get through Beatrice. This thing doesn't look bad. Finally got the storm I think we wanted today. Those other ones may have produced tornadoes, but they weren't that great. Honestly, the Goodland storms were better. All right, guys, here we go. Finally got the storm that we wanted. The Beat Rice storm. What's the sunset here? It's already a little bit dark because the sun is out behind the trees and behind the clouds. Trees that won't really make a difference. I don't know why I said trees. 8:37 it says. Yeah, 8:37 p.m. sunset. So it's already pretty dark because we have storms out behind this cell, but this thing's starting to get its act together. I'm starting to see some scud rise into the base here. Here it is right there. Gonna get on it and then set everything else up. Kind of just been driving around aimlessly for the past 4 hours till we found something that was not junky. Like, that stuff was just so messy out east, I just did not want to bother with it. This thing does not look terrible right now. It's pretty much heading towards DeWitt. We are exactly 30 minutes from DeWitt, so we already have a view of the cell. Even some scud rising into the base there. Locked in now, guys. It is time to (87/63), man, I'll take it. Even a little hook trying to form. Look at that scud bomb. Look at that. We got a lowering, guys. We got a pretty large lowering on this thing right now. Beat Rice Storm has a lowering. I call it Beat Rice as a joke. It's Beatrice. This thing is trying to get its act together. Seems like it's surface based now. What a lowering. Yeah, look at this. rest of the... continues to lower and get wider. All right, we're here in Beatrice right now. Looks a little bit elevated still. I want those towers on that left side to just explode. Now we're coming into town here. I'm just gonna go wider. Forgot how slow it can be to get through Beatrice sometimes. Come on, go, 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 go. You freaking... Why would you stop? You had a yellow. Bro. Like they were trying to keep me from going. Gotta wait here for 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, yellow light. Everybody else goes on the yellow light. I get stuck behind the car that stops. I think we'll follow up from the south, head towards DeWitt. First really storm this month that feels like a May supercell. We're surface based now. It was started off almost elevated. Yeah, the updraft on the southern flank's getting more solid. Please just keep intensifying as we get to it. I hope it doesn't do anything too crazy just yet. We're still a ways off. The thing with these high base storms is you look a lot closer than you actually are. They're just so high up. You can see them from forever away. It's gonna be a pretty storm, that's for sure. Good structure. There's some chaser in front of me. Oops, it's all buildings. All right, our green. What is with the slow start, fellas? I'm on a mission. Yeah, dude, this thing is gonna be a pretty storm. It's already really nice, but if it keeps intensifying, it keeps cutting that stuff out, it'll be good. Go green. Dude, we can't hit any good lights. The storm, I hate the way that this happens because it's like you enter town and the storm looks perfect, and then you get all the way through and it could look totally different. We're almost through the main part of the city. Just takes forever, man. Just takes forever. Might not want to get all the way up underneath this thing, but it's just got this lowish area. It's probably too high base to produce a tornado, but I mean, just gonna be some beautiful structure on this guy. What did I use all of my memory on? I had like hours of recording left. Like I'm at 12 minutes. Did I just leave it on for forever yesterday? Why is my tripod so tilted? Dude, it's starting to get a look on radar, that little compact high base cell look. We got a nudger coming in from the southwest. Dude, please do something, that would be awesome. Over open country, southeast of DeWitt. Seems like we're losing some of that lowering. It's not as sharp as it was. Maybe not. Maybe that's just the southern. Yeah, northern side is still tack sharp. It's just we're looking at the southern part now. All right, I don't have the multi-camera stuff running just yet. Oh yeah, dude. There's some weak rotation. Road will take us like right under the base, man. Look at this thing. Drawing some air in. We're low. Weak rotation. That nudger comes in and everything works right. This could be really fun. Dude, why are we getting so many like obstructions? We got the mythical one-lane road. We got the red lights. Oh, we're rotating. We are rotating now. Yeah, dude, we're trying to build a wall cloud with some actual spin on it. Dead ahead there. Hello, Mr. Green Light. Paging a green light. Dude, we can never catch a break, bro. The good news is it's so high base that if it does do anything, we'll see it pretty easily. I think this is Brewer and Drake in front of me. Come on, give me a nudge tornado. It's so ridiculously high-based. Got a weakly rotating wall cloud right there. It's really high based. It's moving for how high base it is though. It's really disorganized. Man, I feel like I wonder what would have happened like an hour later, or an hour earlier, excuse me. Like, what does this storm do? You know, what does this storm look like at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. as opposed to 8 p.m.? Yeah, dude, we have a rotating wall cloud right now. Yeah, we have a very ragged wall cloud beginning to rotate. Got a very small RFD. There it is though, right there in front of us. It's not very concentrated, but man, is there some motion on it. This is some pretty strong motion for such a high base storm. And I think we're about to get a funnel starting to drop right there in the center. Come on, it's like right on the edge. It's gonna be like magic or tragedy, and it's gonna be, the difference is so small. It's such a Alright, well, we are kind of under the circulation, so if anything happens, we'll get lofted. Dude, this thing is doing some goofy stuff. We got like two places to watch. I don't see any ground circulation. We have an RFD wrapping. There's where it would be, right there. There's a nice little eddy right there trying to get going. Tornado warning. Yeah, here it is. Tornado warned storm. Dude. It's like right on the edge. This could go either way. This could be a total fail mode, or this could be like a little dirt whirl. We could get something interesting. We could get nothing at all. I'm so excited to see what it does. Oh wow, we got some strong motion now. Yeah, I think this is gonna go. This might go. We got a funnel, high base funnel up there, way up there. Dude, this would be like a stupidly high LCL tornado. Descending motion right there. I don't see anything that says on the ground yet. There's a funnel. It is trying so hard. Dude, it's so high based. 2025 it would go. It's not 2025 though. I think that's just smoke from a factory behind us. Dude, there's like some kind of dust behind us too. Hold on, I want to pull up a little bit. We've got this circulation pretty much above us, but then there's like this other little dust whirl that I think I see behind this factory here, off to the left. I think that is just the factory, you know? Like, I think we're just seeing, yeah, I think that's just the factory smoke. That was a pretty gnarly attempt. It's still going, it's still ripping. Again, I just don't see anything to confirm that it's down. There is a strong little circulation though. It's been pretty persistent. Yeah, I don't think this cycle's doing it. Some big hail here though. Look at how fast that stuff's rising in. Dude, come on. It just knows it wants to go, bro. Come on. Just crank a weak tornado right here. Strong enough to fully condense, but something. Dude, we were like right under it. Whoa, that thing just chucked like a baseball. Dude, there's big hail here. This is definitely a fail cycle. There's definitely bigger stones around here. Did find a small golf ball, but my multi-camera system is not working again, so we are unfortunately gonna be just rocking the one camera for now. Dude, it's like kind of ridiculous how hard it's trying. Little Cinnabon funnel trying to form overhead. It's wrapping right there. I almost died as it happened. Again, I don't see any ground circulation. All right, we're gonna move a little bit down and around here. Some pretty big hailstones. These things are not tiny. It's like the whole sky is trying to pull that thing in. It's not a road here? Oh, I thought this was a road. Okay. I guess we'll line up. Yeah, man, I don't think this is gonna work. It's just too high based. Dude, you see that hailstone melting? That thing is not tiny. Very large hail. Dude, it's like just consistently spinning like crazy. Just won't go. It's just too high based.
Dude, if we were more unstable, it's the only way it goes.
And if we get anything, it's gonna be like a dust tube or a rope. Just consistent bowl lowering there. You can see it, where it's gonna try and go if it does try and plant. All right, this is probably the moment of truth for it. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go. Man, unfortunate because it had a solid shot. All right, I think we're gonna go get ahead. Go back down south, get around it. Multi-cameras are not working still, so fortunately it's just this one. I should probably get those hailstones off the windshield. This RFD is coming back around. Time to go, guys. Yeah, it was close. All right, let's go back south. This thing had some monster hail. Man, it had a tight circulation there for a while. Going through a merger now. Just couldn't stretch it enough. Looks like we're trying to get form a new base to the southeast. I hope we don't get crushed by hail. It's trying to build a new base southeast. We probably had 3-inch hail right there. I don't have a way to measure on me, so we're gonna get to the highway and go east just to make things a bit more simple. Yeah, man, that thing was close. If that thing forms at like 6 p.m. instead of now, that's a tornado producer, probably. Probably a dusty little uncondensed tornado, but still a tornado producer. We're gonna have to get ahead, get around. Seems like our storm is enlarging quite a bit. This might increase the chances for a tornado, but unfortunately that means that RFD is about to swing around. That RFD is about to swing at us. There's got to be a way around Beatrice. I don't want to go through town. Apparently it's pretty much the same. And it's the same without having to push through the hail core. Well, we got the storm we wanted. Now it's just gonna be a question of, does it do it or not? I personally just don't believe in that cycle much. But man, it looks like it's hooking on radar again. It's like kind of rebuilding it. Oh, I missed my turn. Oops. All right, let's keep going. There it is right now. Big time lowering. This is really low. This almost looks like outflow. I swear if it tornadoes in the 2 seconds that we're in the trees. How much belief do I have in this cycle? Not much. Is this a muddy road? Yeah, it looks that way. It sure looks that way, chat. Really pick back up all of a sudden. I still don't trust this cycle. It's much lower than it was earlier, but oh, unless that's it right there. Oh yeah, it's actually gonna go. It's all of a sudden ramping up. Come on, plant. Radar's got a tight couplet, but it doesn't look that great here in person. Oh, there we go. Couplet dramatically weakens this scan. Oh, there it goes. I ain't seeing ground circulation. And we just had a bunch of little weak, brief funnels on it, so nothing too special. Alright, where do we want to go on this? Seems like this southwestern cell's probably going to be what takes over, if I had to bet. Is this road dirt? That's a dirt road. We're not taking that. We will just go up to the edge and then back down around like gentlemen. Or we can go south, get in a more favorable position in this next updraft. I don't really know. Let's stop for a second, look. I don't see much reason to continue north. I think we need to go south. Alright, I want to go south because I think that the southwestern one, there's two cells that kind of are blowing up that I think could take over. There's the southwestern one. going through some mergers. We're gonna bail a little bit southeast. I don't like sitting underneath these. Not a big fan of that. Unfortunately, our multi-cameras are down, so I can't show you guys behind me. The encoder to send them up's not working for whatever reason. We did find some 3-inch hail though. All right, Mark, I obviously don't want anybody to die from a tornado. That is a wild assertion. I wanted an empty, open field, weak tornado that hurt nothing. That's what I want. No structures or anything impact. That is always what you want. So I apologize if it came off that way. That is not how I meant that. All right, it's kind of reorganizing. We have so many storms that blew up here. Another left split coming in from the south. We might already just be too messy. They did just put out a mesoscale discussion saying brief tornado can't be ruled out. So obviously not expecting strong tornadoes because of how high based these storms are. They're so high up off the ground, it's tough to get a tornado at all, much less a strong one. We did get some big hail. We're gonna readjust on this thing. I drove away and the couplet just picked back up and then it died immediately. Oh, that's right, this is a 1-lane road. That's fine, we got more than enough time to get through. I was hoping this would not turn into a night chase, but here we are. Here we are. Dude, that thing was cranking for like forever. If the LCLs, if the bases of the clouds were any lower, it would have produced. The storm is headed east right now, Pam. It's gonna probably clip the north side of Beatrice. Pickerel's probably getting some pretty big hail right now. DeWitt is just to the south, or excuse me, DeWitt is just northwest of this storm right now. It's temporarily weakened as we've had multiple storms kind of merge into it. There is a left split coming in from the southwest. We're gonna have to see what that does. I think this is just too many mergers at one time for this storm. It did get close to producing a tornado. It had a pretty tight little occlusion on it. So we're gonna keep going east with it. We're gonna go through Beatrice. Beatrice? I can never remember. I know it's one of those two. I think it's Beatrice. I say beet rice to annoy Nebraskans because they hate when you call it that. So they're just not a big fan when you call it beet rice. So I used to live up in Seward for a little bit, so that's how I learned that. Yeah, I think we're initiating way too many cells. And with this left split coming out of the southwest, Almost looks like another circulation trying to form on the north side of Beatrice right now. Let's see, our echo top's over that. Yeah. We have four very tall storms in very close proximity. Get a protein shake. I'm ready to get going on this thing. I know Beatrice has a ton of lights, so that's why I left a little bit earlier than I normally would. I'm wondering if the influence of this left mover is a little bit further west and the storm can kind of just shunt it and not have to deal with it. That would probably be best for a chase scenario. If this left mover comes in too hot on it, it's gonna either kill it or it's just gonna explode even more than it already has. Wow, it wasn't this dark last time we came through. Kind of just waiting to see what this storm does now. It's definitely weakened a little bit. It was very isolated for a minute there, and it had that compact, high-base storm look. And then we just got too many storms merging into it. The storm itself probably got too strong, initiated too many updrafts. It's kind of an issue with these days where it's uncapped. It's just so easy for storms to initiate in the periphery of your main storm. Makes it tough to chase because your storm forms and it looks good, and then it gets too strong, and then it forms new cells to the southeast. They end up merging together, and then you get this big rainy storm. I do love when the steer tries to kill me. That is an experience. It'll just, sometimes when it's rainy, it'll clip onto that curb and think the curb is like the line, and it just wants to drag me over there because it thinks I'm too far over to the left. South Dakota, we got a Sodak chaser down here, I think. It's gotta be a chaser, right? I mean, South Dakota's one state away. It's not that far. That cell forming back there. It's just gonna get slammed by that left mover. Just want to get out and see what it does. I don't like being super close on storms when they go through a ton of mergers. It's just not a thing I really like to do that much. You get a bunch of goofy behaviors, and usually it's really not that interesting until just after. And I want to clear Beatrice before this. If the storm's going to do anything goofy, I want to get through town first. Nothing like trying to get through a town when a storm's got a rotating wall cloud behind you. It's not fun. I cannot see these lines. Getting some flashing to our east. So there's another cell that formed here on the eastern flank. I wonder what it's gonna do. It might just go and drop a big rain bomb. What it seems like it's doing anyway. So that initial supercell is kind of occluded off to the northwest. We got two new ones to the south of it. There's a left mover coming in. I'm hoping the influence of that left mover's outflows just a little bit off to the west, so that way it kind of just cleanly merges with the storms we already have. You can see these little scud tags here in front of us. And man, do I need new wiper blades. These are not doing well. Look at this, it's just pretty minimal impact. Yeah, we're backing off for the time being because it's nighttime and we're getting mergers, so it's kind of tough to see what's happening, and I don't like relying on radar too much, so. I'm very curious to see what that southwestern storm does. It seems like it's gonna take a pretty decent hit from that other cell. Just not sure what that's gonna do in this situation. Feel like the obvious answer is it's just gonna go blob. Those left split interactions are great when you have a discrete supercell that it's doing well, but when you're going through mergers and it happens, it's a totally different story. Go down another 2 miles and stop. If we get a clean shot at a tornado, we'll get close to it, but I don't want to. I would rather be close to a tornado I can see and know is there than one that I'm not sure about. You know, knowing exactly where it is just extremely important. It makes it a lot easier to maneuver because sometimes those couplets can be offset from radar a little bit. We need to be watching velocity like a hawk, especially on that southwestern one. All right, we're gonna back off for a sec. Keep moving here. I don't see anything too interesting. It doesn't really look like we have rotation on radar. Got a lot of mergers and other things happening with this storm, so we're gonna give it a little bit of space, a little room to breathe. I bet the structure's nice on it. I mean, there's all these clouds feeding in though, so probably not that great. See these, when the lightning flashes, you can see those little bands feeding into our storm. Generally means it's gonna be tough to get structure because you kind of got to get outside of those bands. And these ones are very long and other updrafts kind of merging in, so. All right, next road. I think this is the next road here. All right. Oh man, we got a big lowering in there. This might try and wrap up. I want to crest this hill here. Would not be surprised to see this wrap up. It's a little outflow dominant, but sometimes you see them put out this big outflow surge and it causes a tornado shortly after. I want to tripod the wide angle lens for this. When are we going to get to the top of this hill? Find a spot to pull out. Are there any? Are there any good spots? All right, well, I want right here. Where is that wide angle? Here it is. I'll be back, guys. We are gonna try and expose you guys so you can see. I'm gonna grab a shot. Please don't let any ticks bite me. Something's trying to wrap up back in there. I feel like every time I've seen a storm like this, the southeastern one tends to dominate. Especially when you get that left split coming in from the south. Getting outflow here now. Well, I'm pretty sure this eastern one's gonna take over anyway. Look at that right there. We're much lower than we were 30 minutes ago. Getting like a mist right here out in front of the storm. This is just gonna get blasted by outflow. Okay, I kind of want to keep going east a little bit. No, I'm very proactive. Sometimes I leave way before I probably should. All right. Storm's kind of just sitting here right now. See what happens when the influence of that left mover finishes. It's that storm on the western side of these storms that is just racing north. Oh, that's pretty outflowy for right here. All right, we're gonna move just a couple miles east here. Make sure I don't get my second flat tire of the day. That's right. 2 Saturdays in a row we've gotten a flat tire now. So I'm lucky one way or the other, bad or good. I either see a tornado or my car falls apart. Yeah, definitely not a day where you want to get right up on it anymore. Especially at nighttime like this. If it does clear out a ton, which I don't see that happening, could be down for that, but turning your lights off while I'm driving towards you is nuts. This thing's shrinking again. The storm might be able to survive this. Might. Look at these streaky clouds feeding in. Alright, we're getting an intense lightning barrage south of the storm now. Alright, we got a road up here in 0.2 miles. Didn't want to adjust too far, but I wanted to put a tad bit of distance there, especially because that road was just dirt. Hey, this one's paved. And we got no power lines on that left side. Is there a turnout? Tell you what, this guy's pretty ugly now. It's all ragged and can't find any good turnouts. I'm not used to this. Pretty much constant lightning. That guy needs more lights. He doesn't have enough. If I am able to see in front of me, your car does not have enough lights for you to be a storm chaser. It's kind of just a sad reality. Just the way that it works, unfortunately. Of course, we mysteriously find the power lines right when we want to stop. It is what it is. Not every shot has to be perfect. Is that tornado or severe? Oh, that's tornado. Yep. It is trying to wrap up right here. Oh, that was a big bolt. Yeah, bro, that sounded like an explosion. Why do I only have 4 minutes recording? What is eating up all my, We got 10 minutes back. I don't know, man. This thing seems kind of blobby. Not seeing evidence of a tornado right now. We are getting this little thing swinging south. There's a big little cloud. There's a big cloud mass coming in from the north. That RFD wrapping. It's going to be right there in front of us. right, I think we got maybe 2 minutes before it really tries. Do I want to sit here or do I want to go east? Because this thing is diving south right now. Alright, we're going to take our chances and go east. If it happens behind us, it happens behind us. And I don't like to be overly aggressive at night. Especially with a storm like this. It's got a lot of blob factor to it. Okay, we can take this road out. We can go 2 miles east on this road. It shouldn't be an issue even if it is dirt because it really hasn't rained much over here. It is gravel. Waiting for that next scan to come in. Pretty sure it's just gonna tell us what we already know. There's a big blobby RFD and it's trying to wrap northwest of us. Man, this is a good little road here. There's no power lines and it's on this little hill that we can flip back on. I love roads like this, man. No power lines. It's a dream. There is an animal. Hey, it's a raccoon. What's up, buddy? No! Go to shelter, dude. Come on, go to your safe place. Go! Oh, I see where it's gonna try and drop now. It's right there in front of us. We should probably actually go north. Yeah, that is cranking now. I can see it even how dark it is. Well, it might just be outflow, but I feel like I see that cloud aloft wrapping around. Alright, it's time to go. That rain is here now, and I don't want to get stuck on this road on the rain. Big outflow surge. We need to be north to see it. Yeah, it's kind of wrapped in rain now. See it when those clouds were diving south. Yeah, dude, there's probably something back there. We should have gone north. It really is curling back up into the rain. No CC drop. Well, you only live once, don't you? Let's go north. Unless this road is the worst thing ever. Alright, it's not. Welcome back, Lena, Illinois. Because that's what this feels like. Tornado you might, maybe, possibly have a view of if you're in the right spot. Probably played this too timid, but just too passive on these nighttime storms. Feels like a deer is about to just end our day, bro. All of a sudden, we're just in the jungle. All these trees. What is this place? Hey, we lived. Sargent Road. Is it? We should be pretty close to that, like, one. There's like an old horror story here in Nebraska. Is it Three Sisters? It's something like that. I think that's pretty close to here. Can't tell what that is hanging off that left side. Little scud tags though. One down there, one a couple. There's this little thing here. You'd expect your tornado to be in the rain right there, where we're looking right now. Looks cold though. Is this road mud now? Do we transition to mud? Alright, no, it's not perfect though. Alright, we can handle this road for a mile, I hope. It's muddy, but it's kind of dry. I'm getting fine traction, so it's not that, it hasn't been rained on that much. Enough to know it's gonna mud out, but I wanna make it through, please. Come on, let's go. This road sounds like it's about to trap me, but it feels fine. Like, I swear if I get slabbed because of a mud road in Nebraska. I'm never gonna hear the end of it. Now the best would be if this road was not mud and functioned as a normal road. Another tornado warning. They just put out a big tornado warning. Alright, well, I don't really want to go back down that road again. And I'm sure you guys don't really want me to either, so. But we've found the road I think we want to just chill on for a little bit. Just track this thing east. Kind of this big blob of an RFD just coming right at us. Dude, do you hear all that coming off my tires right now? It's not from this road. Like I said, you only live once. Driveway here, but it's a pretty wide one we can fit in this corner. Woo. See, this thing has just evolved into a massive, amorphous blob. Got whales mouthing over here. Gonna see anything anyway. Or this, I don't think this is gonna produce. It didn't at that, like right after the merging kind of went down, and it didn't earlier when it was just this tight, high-based Cinnabon thing. I don't think it will now. Another, dude, every time I turn my back it just like really gets going again. I talk trash about it and then like it just Thankfully, I understand what to do in a tornado warning, and I know to get to my safe place. Alright, don't be a mud road, please. These things keep spinning off to the north when they try and produce a better road than that earlier one. Can't make anything out really. Definitely trying again somewhere back there. I don't think that big couplet. Oh, is that a? Can't see. I just need one lightning flash to backlight the at lowering. No, not front light. I want backlight. I never really checked to see if this road led anywhere. This thing's cooked. Yeah, well, we found the heavy precip up here. Not as much hail as there was earlier. Is that a minimum maintenance sign? All right, well, we gotta flip because this is just mud. There's no way out of this. The good news is we have a pretty decent buffer, but we're just mud up here. We gotta go back the way we came. Unfortunate. Well, at least we know this road's good, so we can go a little faster. You know, not one time when I've been chasing have I ever been stuck in the mud. I've never required somebody to pull me out, never had to push the car out. It's never happened. I'm trying to keep that streak alive. Just because it sounds like a pain in the butt. We're just a big blob now. I'm surprised we're tornado warned. Hopefully it can clear out and we can get a nice pretty storm, but looking at what's happening on radar, this is more of a flash flooding type thing. This road, this east-west road here is great. Let's hope the quality does not diminish. Again, it's gotten a little too rain wrapped to see anything, but we're gonna flip here. Get as best of a view as we can get. Get the best view we can get as good of a view we can get. Either or. Keep mixing phrases together. Yeah, this thing is just gusting out. There's Whale's Mouth southeast of me. Dude, this is hello?
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good, just watching it.
Okay.
All right. Yep, thank you. Do you guys see the skunk wandering through the grass right there? Do you see the skunk? Don't come this way. Is that a skunk or is that? Yeah, that's a skunk. Yeah, look at it. You see it? Bro's just kind of chilling out. Bro, go to your safe spot. It's raining. Somebody needs to tell this skunk to take shelter immediately. And somebody needs to tell me to eat because I am starving. Got some steak strips in here. All right, we're probably gonna go east. What we really need is this thing to reorganize and get out of this blob state, but I don't think that's gonna happen. A lot of animals out on the roads and on the side of the roads. We've already seen a raccoon and a skunk. And earlier we had a deer, but I don't think I was live for that yet. thing might be chalked. I'm hoping this southern thing just kind of takes over. It seems like that's trying to happen here, where this updraft on the southern flank can just take over and be a nice little photogenic supercell for a while. It shouldn't have too much interference after that, but I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with this guy. It could die. Could kind of re-isolate again. It could just stay as a blob for a few hours. You're gonna see we're not really limited. Like, we don't got to cut this chase off. We don't have to cut this chase off early because of how close tomorrow's chase is. So we can pretty much chase this thing till about midnight. If it's still somewhat interesting by then. Now it's slowly kind of degrading here. What I want is this southern updraft to take over and just go and just be pretty for a little bit. I don't know if it's going to produce a tornado, but just a pretty storm there for a little bit. I just want this southern flank to produce some good structure. Our echoes are just shrinking though. The echoes are how tall the storm is, and the taller the storm, generally the stronger it is. Well, they peaked about 30 minutes ago, which was expected, but they've come down quite a bit. Do we even have like a defined updraft anymore? There's really not much left of one. Okay, what we're gonna do is go south and just hope that this thing reorganizes. Constant lightning here. It doesn't come through on the phone quite as much as it does in person, but it is very active lightning. Whoa, what cell is this? That cell way west, near the town of Western Nebraska. It's interesting. It's Again, probably just a hailer though. It should be elevated like thrice over. Today felt way more like a weird early June day than most early June days. I don't know, just kind of messy storm, stuff kind of firing all over the place. You don't really know what's happening. Like we were on those storms in Iowa for a little bit, and I was like, they look like trash, so I just left. I think they produced a couple mid-tier tornadoes, maybe just straight bad tornadoes. So I wasn't really too hurt about missing those, especially when the potential here was a little bit higher. Like if that first cycle went, I mean, that would have been beautiful. Just an extremely tall tube. Just couldn't quite get it to go. It was close though. All right, we are getting new updraft development here just south of us. And back to the west, the updraft's kind of consolidated a little bit, so this thing might hang on for a little longer. And I hope so, because it'll be interesting rain producer. Hail isn't too large with it right now, it doesn't seem like. They are warning for 1.5 inch hail on the radar indicated hail, but earlier it was much larger. We had easily 3-inch hail. That said, I want to continue south, see what happens if this storm can kind of redevelop on the southeastern flank again. We just had too much going on there at the same time. We had storms blowing up east, storms blowing up south, a left split coming in from the south. That's a lot for a storm to handle. Usually what you want is 2 cells. Sometimes 1 to 3 cells seems to be that sweet spot. You can do 1 cell left split, that kind of stuff. But when you start getting too much happening at one time, it just doesn't seem to work. It seems to kill everything or delay everything a little bit. We're gonna stop up here, get in position for where I think this next updraft is gonna just kind of set up, and then we'll go from there. Because we want a new storm. We don't really want to deal with that blob stuff. They did drop those tornado warnings, which is a good call. Yeah, I'm glad I did not do Missouri today. I just didn't feel like it. In May, I get just a little bit more picky, I guess. This May, there really hasn't been much to pick from. It's been a very, very quiet May. Also, I think it's very funny what the HRRR showed for this target versus what actually happened. Like, the Rufus did a better job with this target. I think the HRRR was showing a bunch of like warm air advection storms that just kind of pulsed around for a bit. And what actually happens, you got storms a little bit further north and a little bit further west. Very curious to see what happens with this. If this kind of falls off a cliff here, we're probably gonna go home, but if this thing can really get going, it could be very interesting. We just have all this cloud debris feeding in from the south, so there's not gonna be much of a structure show with it. Really only gonna be looking for a tornado. And we can do hail, but again, there's a pretty sizable tornado threat tomorrow in Nebraska, South Dakota. So I don't want to crush my windshield right before what could be, the biggest tornado day of the sequence. I don't like chasing on a broken windshield. I'll tear the windshield up, you know, if I got like at least 2 days off, so I know I can get it repaired. But I'm not gonna. You know, I don't want glass cracks in my tornado footage. So if I think there's gonna be a tornado day in the next 2 days, I won't do it. Yeah, usually, even if there's just any chase at all in the next 2 days, I won't bother with it. But all right, we got to find a turnout. There was one there, but there was a radio tower. Not wide enough. Pretty mean looking storm though. Whatever this is doing. It's not the worst structure ever, but for May standard, it's not great. Somebody reported a tornado at 9:17. You probably would have seen that. I don't know if that's legit or not. All right, we're gonna point back north. We got a pretty mean storm. Still trying to see what happens with these southern updrafts, if they can conglomerate, keep going, or if it's not gonna lose this kind of blob phase. All right, we're gonna turn north here and then just pause for a bit. Not really in any rush. It's kind of another wait and see moment. Are there power lines on both sides of this road? Are you kidding me? This isn't Texas, bro. It should be illegal. I'll tell you what, Texans love their power lines though. For a turnout there on that left side. I don't like parking in the middle of the road. Tell you guys what, I'm frustrated we got power lines on both sides. I don't... And there's a big ditch, so you can't really just turn off into the grass. Oh, that's... Somebody's pumping oil over here. Turnout, any turnout. This is probably good enough. Let's make sure it's not a giant ditch. Wondering if this
southern thing's gonna get going. It doesn't look like it. Echoes are falling and lifting north. Dude, this is such a messy radar for May. Well, I don't think this is gonna do anything but remain a blob. Gonna start looking at hotels here. Probably stay in Omaha tonight, just so we got a nice easy drive to tomorrow. A lot of nice hotels in Omaha. And I bet these Omaha hotels are insanely expensive. On a Saturday. Yeah, they're not great, are they? Well, I got a fairly cheap one for my All right, let's drive through this thing. Whoa, that's outflow.
Sal's address. Yeah, that was a big outflow surge. Kind of appeared out of nowhere and then stopped. I think we're kind of stuck in this outflow blob state, so I'm gonna go back through and we're gonna punch through the storm and see what's happening in it. I don't think the hail's gonna be too large. thing is done. gonna go north here. Probably just start heading back to the hotel and see what we can run into on the way there. Getting through the rain. See where we're gonna end up tomorrow. I got a pretty good understanding. We're probably not gonna be leaving that 15% tornado risk that they've got out. Yeah, they fire a couple cells. Yeah, according to this one, we might just want to hang out by Columbus tomorrow. Yeah, dude, that's just insanity. This cold front is just screaming, though. Like, further south's got a better chance. it's all rain. guess we're just gonna drive through entirely rain. Really isn't much to see with these. is literally just rain. Maybe a little bit of wind. I think we're gonna go ahead and call it. It's pretty much just all rain. Almost to the hotel anyway. So, thank you guys so much for joining. I do appreciate it. It's kind of a weird chase day. We left our early storms and then got on some new stuff that almost planted a tornado, but it just couldn't quite get it done. But we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Tomorrow looks like a pretty big day. If everything works right. If that cold front is slower or doesn't catch our storms, I think it's going to be a huge day. If not, you know, you're probably looking at a southern storm to try and do it, but I'm tired, guys. Either way, I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow. So, that said, thank you guys so much for joining, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and schedule that live stream tonight when I get to my hotel. I'm probably going straight to bed. I am exhausted, so I've been up early. I had a flat tire today, and my battery died today. So it's been kind of a rough day for the car. So pretty much all I got. I will see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, keep an eye on those weather warnings, and have a great rest of your night. Man, 7 hours live is crazy.